moment, write me up, please. How many times must I screw up just to brag you for me? Listen, since I'm not bothered that you pull one, it still be angry on me. Hey, sorry, sorry, me. Hey, Sean, woman, light me up, please. Hey, Sean, lady, violate me. Hey, Sean, woman, press me down, please. Lady, hey, Sean, lady, violate me. Hey, Sean, woman, lady. I said, it's like me. But there was somewhere in 5 second frame we couldn't get it fixed. I said, was like me. There was somewhere in 5 second frame we couldn't get it fixed. You're about to learn 15 legal strategies that can protect you during a pregnancy. Know your rights, use them smart, and let's get into it. Move number one, stay calm and control your body. The moment those lights flash behind you, your interaction has already begun. Pull over safely, turn off your engine, roll down the window about halfway, and keep your hands visible on the steering wheel. Officers are trained to watch for nervous behavior, and they interpret fidgeting, avoiding eye contact, or reaching around as suspicious. But here's what most people don't know. Staying calm isn't just about being polite, it's strategic. When you appear nervous, officers develop reasonable suspicion that you're hiding something, which gives them legal justification to extend the stop and investigate further. Your calm demeanor limits their ability to escalate the situation. Move number two, say as little as possible. You have a Fifth Amendment right against self incrimination, and it applies during traffic stops. When the officer asks, "Do you know why I pulled you over?" That's not a friendly conversation starter. It's an interrogation technique designed to get you to admit to a violation. The correct answer is no, officer, I don't. Do not guess. Do not offer explanations. Do not say, "Was I speeding?" Because now you've planted that idea, even if that wasn't why they stopped you. If they ask where you're coming from because of where you're going, you can politely say, "I prefer not to answer questions." You're required to provide your license, registration, and proof of insurance. That's it. Everything else is voluntary. Move number three, understand the scope of the stop. A traffic stop is a limited seizure under the Fourth Amendment. The officer can only investigate the reason for the stop and complete the related paperwork. They cannot extend the stop to fish for other violations unless they develop reasonable suspicion of additional criminal activity. If the officer starts asking unrelated questions like, have you been drinking? Or do you have anything illegal in the car? These are attempts to expand the scope. You can ask, officer, am I free to go? This forces them to either let you leave or articulate why they're detaining you further. It creates a clear record that they extended the stop, which your attorney can challenge later. Move number four, never consent to a search. This is critical. If an officer asks, mind if I take a look at your vehicle? Your answer should always be, I do not consent to searches. Say it clearly and calmly. Do not elaborate. Do not explain why. Many people think refusing a search makes them look guilty, but legally, it's the smartest move you can make. Here's why. If the officer has probable cause to search, they don't need your permission. They'll search anyway. But if they're asking, it usually means they don't have probable cause and they're hoping you'll voluntarily waive your Fourth Amendment rights. Even if you have nothing to hide, consenting eliminates your ability to challenge an illegal search later. Innocent people have been arrested because officers found something they didn't know was there, something a passenger left, or something that was misidentified. Protect yourself by never consenting. Move number five, document everything. If your state allows it, inform the officer that you're reporting the interaction. Most states permit you to report police in public, and a traffic stop on a public road qualifies. Say, officer, I'm reporting this interaction for my records. If they object, only explain it's your right. If they insist you can't record, comply to avoid escalation, but note their name and badge number. After the stop, immediately write down everything: time, location, what was said, what the officer did, whether they searched your car, how long the stop lasted. Memory fades quickly, but these details become crucial if you fight the ticket in court. Your contemporaneous notes are considered more reliable evidence than your recollection months later at trial. Move number six, recognize pretext for stop. Police often use minor traffic violations. Yeah. 100th birthday. Happy birthday to your grandpa. That's awesome, man. It's too good up. Oh, yes. And if I give him a chance to announce Packers draft, come on, would you say? Let's see. Let's see. You're down. Same police sergeant, go get the skin out of my teeth. Jan, I ain't back something this from my face top. I'm a face. This is the case I think, yeah, we're gonna take a long, hard look at it. These problems with these officers start. It's not nothing to Louise law firm and for Vincent for making this speech available to you. In Galveston County, Texas, there are serious concerns and questions about the leadership of the Galveston County Sheriff's Department. And it starts with the sheriff himself. Brady and Henry arrests are not covered. Prosecutors don't release them. But when an officer is found untruthful by the agency that licensed police in Texas, TIFO, that
That is exactly the kind of information prosecutors are required to disclose going forward. Sheriff Jimmy Penn appears in Monterey video and Brady directories that provide credibility findings tied to law enforcement threat, and those listings are backed by official action. TCO, the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement, found Sheriff Fulton made untruthful statements on his official government documents. This peace officer license was suspended for 6 months as a result. This is the man leading the Galveston County Sheriff's Department. That night, because in this video, you're going to see Galveston County Sheriff's deputies use excessive force on a man, leaving him permanently injured, then lie in their reports, edit dash camera footage, and tamper with evidence to protect themselves. This isn't random. This is a cultural problem. If the leadership itself has documented credibility issues, everything below is common. Now, with that being said, let's get right into the video. Make sure you subscribe, hit that like button, share this video everywhere. On May 4th, 2025, in Bay Cliff, Texas, Galveston County Sheriff's deputies responded to a call for service where a man reported that he and his neighbors in an RV park got into a fight and pointing weapons.
Like Rocky, I'm good at that idea.
Eight gigabytes of RAM, you can't save to the internal storage, and it doesn't even come with Windows. And we did this on purpose. Oh, hi there. I'm Sam Tucker from Microsoft. You may have heard recently that we announced our all-new Windows 365 Link computer. And what does it do? Well, what doesn't it do? Quite a lot, apparently. That's right. This PC isn't designed to run local apps, save local files, or even have local user accounts. All it really does is just connect to our servers to run the cloud computer you're paying for in your Windows 365 player. That's right. It's like paying for a subscription to your computer as well as buying a computer. But which is
Betty Boop, Pluto the dog, and Nancy Drew. Thousands of copyrighted works dating back to 1930 officially became public domain at the start of this year. CBS News correspondent Brandon Blackburn explains what that really means and how those beloved characters can now be used.
Film All Quiet on the Western Front entered new territory in 2026. The 1930 Best Picture winner is now in the public domain, meaning it's no longer protected by copyright. There are other works available too, from songs like Georgia on My Mind, Georgia, to comic strips like Blondie, and original versions of some characters. Mickey's dog Pogo was initially called Rover. And when Betty Boop first popped on screen, she had dog ears.
Some of these characters change and develop over time. And so it's only the first iterations, not in the Kelvin Benedict's 1.0 or 2.1.0 that are in the public domain.
Duke professor and intellectual property law expert Jennifer Jenkins leads a team that tracks down copyright records every year.
looking at these works as like a time capsule and we realize that the memories of Rolling Stones was trash when we were in the midst of the Great Depression.
Classic books include The Little Legend That Could, the first four Nancy Drew novels, and Agatha Christie's The Murder at the Vicarage. Even the original FIFA World Cup trophy is now fair game. What can artists and creators do with these works now that they're in the public domain?
Artists and creators can use these works in their own creations without having an army of lawyers, without having to worry about a lawsuit, without having to track down the original copyright owner.
Jenkins says Access helps push art forward and generate big new ideas like Wicked, based on public domain characters from the Wizard of Oz book.
You can see the public domain all around you. It's a wellspring of creativity.
A fresh start for some classic works. Bradley Blackburn, CBS News, New York.
Still the holidays, this video requires no introduction and no commentary.
Could he actually win?
I'm going to support the Republican, and I'm comfortable it's not going to be Donald Trump. There's not going to be a President Donald Trump. That's not going to happen.
I'll make a prediction for you. I don't really get into predictions much, but this one I'll way out on a limb. Donald Trump will never, ever be president of the United States.
Donald Trump will never be elected president of the United States.
Number one,
What?
Trump's gonna lose. He's gonna lose bad. He's gonna be wrecked. I don't know if the electoral college is gonna be at the end of this, but it's gonna get wild and it's gonna get hard for him.
I'm not going to worry about it. First of all, I'm not going to worry about it, Phil, because he's not going to win. I put my market down on this last week. No, I am not. He's going. You said before, that's not going to do it. That's not going to do it. That's not going to do it. This time he said this right. That's why I feel like I have credibility in this issue. I even know there's a Trump alarmist. And now I'm saying, I'm not even nervous.
Yes, whatever.
Be president of the United States.
Their panic is extraordinary. Their events in Georgia and North Carolina are basically results into this Pokemon card trading convention in Ascot, Alabama. And we've got to be ready for the fact that it's going to be the Republican ticket.
Yes, I know you don't believe that, but I want to go.
And which Republican candidate has the best chance of winning the general election?
Of the declared ones, right now, Donald Trump.
This is a campaign of freefall.
You're not going to be president, all right?
Donald Trump is a huge on tomorrow. Trump is the president of the United States. Donald Trump is not going to be president of the United States. He's not going to be president of the United States.
Donald Trump is now in the same position that he described when they talked in 2016. He's weak.
And then you say that Donald Trump has the best day in the entire world, completely outperforms expectations, and he wins all of the toss-up states. He wins all 5 of the states plus that electoral college vote in Maine that is out there. He wins all of the toss-ups, which would be insane because nobody wins all of the toss-up states. Even if Donald Trump did win all of the toss-up states, he would still lose.
Donald Trump is he's a sideshow. This is going to turn a three-ring circus into a freak show. He's running for keeping famous. I thought this was maybe some strategy for a new reality show. How should the Republicans handle Donald Trump? And Donald Trump is not going to be the nominee.
Well, I don't think it's likely that Donald Trump will be the nominee.
Well, I think based on your thing, believe he's here to stay for a while, maybe through a few primaries, but he's not going to be the nominee.
He ends up with 217 electoral votes. I think Hillary is with 322 electoral votes, which means he has slightly more electoral votes than Trump is in, and more obviously than McCain's in. but still get blown out in pretty heavy. That's in the electoral college. I think the final result is going to be something like Hillary Clinton 49 or 50, Donald Trump 44. I think it'll be a 5 or 6 point victory, which is a pretty sweeping victory for Hillary Clinton. Now, all of this should make you pretty sad, given the fact that we didn't have to nominate this guy.
It's it'll be interesting tomorrow night. I think when Hillary Clinton wins, that Donald Trump will have lost this election from the very first day he announced.
If the numbers bear out what we've seen thus far, Hillary Clinton will win Florida. And the delicious irony in this is that Donald Trump would have been kept from the White House by a big, beautiful brown wall.
If you look at Wisconsin, Marquette Poll came out yesterday. She's up 6 points. She's up 4 points in that polling in Pennsylvania. If she keeps the lead, she leads New Hampshire and she puts it and she's out there. For them to look at fortune, so it is true, fortune favors the vote. Didn't get the anybody seen the survey poll is out today? It's Hillary Clinton up by 10 points over Donald Trump, and this is not the first poll since the conventions to give Clinton a double-digit lead. This is actually the fourth. The most poll that have Clinton up by more than 10 points, or at least 10 points. And the kind of lead like into this race, you can see other states that suddenly get crazy. States you wouldn't even imagine. Even in Texas, they would at least become competitive. What it means doesn't mean Hillary Clinton's going to win all these. It means we could have more competitive state than we ever imagined. That's the way the lay land right now at this low moment for Donald Trump.
Reproductive rights is what it all comes down to. And women are voting in numbers relative to men. Plus federal. They said, oh, the numbers are so close. I said, oh, cool, the values. I'm telling you right now, the numbers are there. She's taking this election. I said to him, you did tell me we voted for a good person. And I said, you do realize you wasted your vote, right? And they didn't care. That was my bottle of champagne, and I happily walked home.
There you go.
So, as you know, Kamala Harris is not president.
That happened.
As the numbers stand right now, there were 18 million fewer votes than in 2020. As I have said all along, you have to have a huge, huge turnout.
There you go. Oh.
And it goes to death. And we didn't have it. There's one fundamental thing that you cannot account for in using data to predict or
Talk to me.
project the outcome of an election.
What is it?
Is you can't factor in the impact of racism.
Oh, this is getting good. Trump is realizing he can't win. He's getting very more desperate. So he's pulling these ridiculous desperation moves. First, he had his hate rally, where he did nothing but have people come out and spew hate speech. One after another, after another, after another. It was so bad that even his own crowd gasped at the hate speech.
Like that?
That's bad. Next, he dresses up in cosplay as a pretend garbage man. And trying to get into the trunk, he can't even grab the handle. He can't get up the stairs. It's pathetic. It's hilarious.
It was so funny.
And it shows what a weak 80-year-old person this guy really is.
So weak for him.
But here's the thing you won't see him do.
What?
You won't see footage of him voting for himself. Because he can't. As a resident of Florida and a convicted felon, he can't vote for himself until he serves his entire sentence. That's Florida law. Oh my God.
Take a sip.
Only in America and only with Trump in the midst would this ever happen.
So true.
I tell you, we are a joke on the world stage. It's pathetic. Cheers. Get up and rock with it.
10:40.
Late days lay down. All right, the Trump situation. I'm done. I'm so done. I want to thank everybody that followed me, everybody that made a post. On
You were
one of
doing
these
so
videos,
good.
commented, shared it, did whatever you did. I so appreciate the maximum respect, but I think this is going to be my last political post
Good idea.
on this channel.
His party is splitting up. Yes, you August, I know August, I know. You guys are so intense, you believe everything that he says, every word that comes out of his mouth. I get it, you believe that. But guess what?
What?
He's been lying to you all along about a lot of things, and you're about to realize it tomorrow. Donald, if you
True Tone did it. These are the True Tone twinkle bulbs and candle glow, and these are C9 version. We've all been waiting for twinkle bulbs from True Tone, and we have some right here. I purchased these about a week and a half ago, and they have just showed up. So today I'm going to show you them as I'm kind of going through them myself. Just having some fun playing with them today. And I'll compare them with the candle glow that doesn't twinkle. We'll see how well the lights look together. I have some incandescent that we'll put with it and some incandescent, just normal white bulbs and see how well they look. I also have this little power meter right here. So with all of these 10 twinkle bulbs right now, we are using about 4.5 watts.
I honestly I forgot about it, and then somebody had told me like, "Hey, where's your hoodie at?" And I was like, "I don't know, probably at my house." Like, he said, "No, it's probably not."
Meredith says he wasn't provided many details, but was told Husby's co-owner Chad Kadenko burned his Kirk sweatshirt.
It was talking politics in a bar and left at that, which is never good.
Meredith says politics isn't a normal topic at Husby's. According to Paul Kwiatkowski, word of the incident spread quickly in Door County.
Something the guy was assassinated 16 weeks ago, and it sure would, that is symbolic of him being burned. Not to mention, also had an American flag on it. That's going to touch a lot of nerves, I think, in any community.
Kwiatkowski wrote a letter to the Sister Bay Village Board, making sure it was aware of what happened, as Kadenko was a trustee. On Monday, the village announced Kadenko had resigned. Over the weekend, Kadenko apologized on Husby's Facebook page for what he called inappropriate behavior and all the damage it has caused employees, the community, Husby's patrons, and his business partners. Kadenko said due to threats of violence towards employees and himself, he would be stepping away from the business. Kadenko is part of a group that owns Husby's. We wanted to interview one of the other owners, but we were told no one was available. We were also told the ownership group was meeting on Monday, and they put out a public statement. Part of that statement says the other owner's priority is to make sure Husby's are
erased program out. This is the 2025 reissue that you can get currently on my store. So let's see here. Get this here. We're going to track 11, which is the song we're talking about, erased over out.
Really satisfying. Here I mix baby powder with paint, and you will see for yourself how amazing the effect is. Okay, let's continue. And I'm sure you'll never expect that there was
Lemon I operate about stuff with roadandtrack.com, and I've written a few books as well. Today we're going to address the issue of why car salesmen lie. Why do car salesmen lie? And I'll tell you, it's something that I actually deal with on a daily basis in my office, and I can tell that consumers across America deal with it on a daily basis as well. My good friend and favorite writer, Hunter S. Thompson, I always consider him a friend, but he's no longer with us. He wrote a book called The Curse of Lono, one of his lesser known works, but it's fabulous. Actually, my favorite book by Hunter S. Thompson had a chapter entitled Why Do They Lie to Us? Which I always think of when I talk to people about car salespeople. I'm pointing out right now, when I say car salesman, I'm not saying that only men lie. So we have to talk about car salesmen.
purpose. These abandoned sites show how even the largest plans can be left behind when your circumstances change. Starting with number 10, the Ciudad Real Central Airport. Located in central Spain, Ciudad Real Central Airport, about 200 kilometers south of Madrid, was conceived in the early 2000s during a period of rapid economic expansion. The project was promoted as a prime alternative to Madrid's congested airports. The location was chosen with the idea that high-speed rail links would make it easy for passengers to travel between Madrid and Ciudad Real, allowing the airport to function like a long-distance hub for central Spain. Construction started in 2005 and the airport officially opened in 2008. It was built to an international standard and featured a runway about 4,100 meters long, which meant it was capable of handling the largest commercial aircraft with the Airbus A380. The terminal was designed to process millions of people each year, includes modern security systems, jet bridges, cargo facilities, and huge parking areas. On paper, the airport had the physical capacity to compete with major European hubs. But despite all this, the airport struggled almost immediately. Passenger demand never materialized at the levels projected. Several airlines briefly operated routes here, including services to Barcelona and some seasonal leisure destinations, but traffic remained extremely low. The planned high-speed rail connection, and that was never completed as envisioned, leaving the airport poorly connected to major population centers. By 2012, the airport's operating company declared bankruptcy. What remained was a fully constructed modern airport with no passengers, no airlines, and no clear economic purpose. Then the site became the symbol of Spain's post-2008 financial crisis and the risks associated with speculative infrastructure development. Physically, though, the airport is largely intact. The terminal buildings, the control tower, runways, and taxiways are still there, though lingering lack of maintenance have taken a toll. There's been uncertainty over the airport's long-term future, and at various points proposals include converting the site into a cargo hub, an aircraft storage facility, or maybe a logistics center. The infrastructure itself met the international standards, but its failure was tied to overestimated demand, poor connectivity, and broader economic collapse rather than any technical shortcomings. Today, the airport's a near complete piece of modern infrastructure without a matching economic ecosystem. Visually and structurally, it's impressive. Functionally, it's one of Europe's most famous examples of an abandoned infrastructure project created in anticipation of growth that never arrived. Number 9, the Myeong Hotel. Located in the center of Pyongyang in North Korea. The Myeong Hotel was conceived as a landmark hotel and intended to showcase national ambition during the late Cold War period. Construction began in 1987, designed to rise about 330 meters, making it one of the tallest hotels ever planned. Now, the design of it is pretty unmistakable. It's a large triangular base with 3 wings that taper upwards, converging into a stepped pyramid-like peak. If completed as originally intended, the hotel would have contained more than 3,000 rooms, along with restaurants, observation decks, and rotating dining spaces at the top. Construction progressed rapidly in the early years, with reinforced concrete shell reaching a full height by the early 90s. However, in 1992, work abruptly stopped. Korea was entering a period of severe economic hardship following the collapse of the Soviet Union, which had been a key source of financial support. Resources were redirected to more immediate priorities, and the unfinished building was left without exterior cladding, windows, or even interior systems. For more than a decade, it just stood there as an exposed concrete skeleton. During this period, it was widely described as one of the tallest unoccupied buildings in the world. There is limited publicly verifiable information about the internal condition of the structure during this time, but outside access has always been restricted, so it makes independent assessment pretty difficult. In the late 2000s, external work resumed in a limited way. The building was clad with glass panels, which changed its appearance significantly. Large LED lighting displays were added to the exterior, allowing the structure to be illuminated at night. Despite these cosmetic changes, there's no reliable evidence that the interior was ever completed or the hotel ever became operational. This hotel shows how political ambition, economic reality, and technical challenge will collide in large infrastructure projects. It was structurally completed but operationally unrealized, leaving behind a massive vertical shell that still dominates the surroundings. It is a rare example of a megastructure that reached full height, yet never entered any use. It's one of the world's most recognizable abandoned and unfinished infrastructure projects.
Airports Anywhere, precisely because it was meant to symbolize completion and permanence, but instead became a long-standing symbol of interruption. Number 8, the Montreal Mirabel International Airport. Located about 55 kilometers northwest of downtown Montreal, Montreal Mirabel International Airport was conceived in the 1960s as a long-term solution to anticipated growth in international air travel. Canadian authorities believe that Montreal will become one of the busiest aviation hubs in North America, potentially rivaling New York and Chicago. Construction began in the early 70s, and the airport officially opened in 1975. It was designed on an enormous scale. The original plan had 6 runways and a terminal capable of handling more than 50 million people per year. To accommodate future expansion, the Canadian government expropriated about 200,000 acres of land, displacing several rural communities, and only a fraction of that land was ever used. From the beginning, it faced structural challenges unrelated to any engineering quality. The distance from Montreal made ground access inconvenient, and plans for a high-speed direct rail link were never realized. Airlines were reluctant to split operations between Mirabel and the older Laval Airport, now Montreal Trudeau International, which remained closer to the city and better connected. Throughout the late 1970s and 80s, passenger numbers fell way below projections. Travelers frequently complained about long transfer times between domestic and international, which was often split between the 2 airports. Airlines gradually reduced their service there, and by the early 1990s, Mirabel had lost much of its traffic. In 2004, all scheduled passenger flights were officially moved back to Montreal Trudeau. Mirabel's terminal was closed to passenger service, effectively ending its role as a commercial airport less than 30 years after opening. But physically, the terminal building remains largely intact. Check-in halls, baggage systems, and boarding areas stood unused. Large parking areas and access roads fell into disuse, and in the later years, portions of the terminal were demolished due to maintenance costs and safety concerns. But there is little uncertainty about its status. The abandonment as a passenger airport is fully documented, and the failure wasn't technical but strategic. Overestimated growth, poor connectivity, and airline resistance undermined a project built on optimistic assumptions. Its scale is impressive, but its emptiness defines its legacy. Number 7, Baikonur-Buran Assembly and Launch Infrastructure. Developed by the Soviet Union during the Cold War, the Buran Assembly and Launch Infrastructure, the Buran program, was intended as a reusable space shuttle system comparable in purpose to the United States Space Shuttle. To support it, an enormous network of highly specialized infrastructure was built at Baikonur, much of which is now abandoned. Construction of these related facilities began in the late 70s. This included a massive assembly building, launch pad, fuel system, and transport infrastructure. Most interesting structures was the MiG-112 Assembly Hall, a huge hangar built to house multiple orbiters and rockets simultaneously. But the Buran shuttle flew only once, in 1988. That uncrewed orbital mission was technically successful, but geopolitical and economic conditions rapidly changed. Following the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, funding for the program disappeared. The Buran project was officially canceled in 1993. After this cancellation, the facilities were largely abandoned. Maintenance stopped, security deteriorated, and exposure to the harsh environment accelerated decay. In 2002, the roof of one of the main assembly buildings collapsed, destroying the only completed Buran orbiter and several energy rockets. There is limited uncertainty regarding the abandonment itself. Access to detailed records is restricted, but what is clear is the infrastructure was never repurposed at scale. While it remains an active cosmodrome for other programs, the Buran-specific facilities are functionally obsolete. It was built for a real system that briefly flew and then vanished due to political collapse rather than a technical failure. Today, the structures are reminders of how rapidly large purpose-built infrastructure can lose its relevance. They're among the largest abandoned aerospace facilities ever constructed. They represent a complete industrial ecosystem that was left behind when the system it supported ceased to exist. Number 6, the Helsinki International Airport. The Helsinki International Airport was once the primary airport serving Athens, and one of the most important hubs in southeastern Europe. It's located along the southeastern coast of the Athens metropolitan area. The airport operated from 1938 until its closure in 2001. The abandonment was caused by any technical failure or disaster, but by a decision to replace it with a new facility farther from the city. For decades, it handled nearly all international and domestic air traffic into Greece. It expanded gradually after World War II, multiple terminals added over time, and it became increasingly congested as air travel grew in the late 20th century. The noise concerns and safety considerations also became a bit more prominent as surrounding neighborhoods grew denser. In the 1990s, the authorities there decided to build a new airport, Athens International Airport at Sparta, further inland. More room for long-term expansion. When the new airport opened in 2001, all commercial passenger flights were transferred, and Hellinikon was officially closed. Like airports that gradually declined, this one ceased regular operations almost overnight. Following its closure, huge portions of the airport were unused. Runways, taxiways, hangars, terminals, and control facilities remained intact but inactive. And after the Olympics, the site again fell largely into disuse. It was briefly reused during the 2004 Athens Olympic Games, serving as venues or support spaces, but that was temporary. There was a long-running debate and uncertainty about the site's future. Various redevelopment plans were proposed over the years, like parks, housing, tourism, and commercial projects. Legal disputes, financial constraints, and political changes delayed the implementation for more than a decade. And while redevelopment efforts have advanced in recent years, much of the original airport infrastructure is unused and has sat there for a long time, firmly qualifying it as an abandoned project for much of the early 21st century. For many years after closure, it was a visible reminder of how quickly infrastructure loses its relevance. Entire runways, terminals, and support systems remain intact but unused, forming a massive abandoned zone in the heart of a major European capital. It shows how strategic decisions, rather than collapse or neglect, can still result in large-scale abandonment. Number 5. The Cincinnati Subway. Planned in the early 20th century, the Cincinnati subway was intended to provide a rapid transit system for a growing industrial city. Construction began in 1920, and unlike many speculative projects, portions were actually built before the work stopped permanently. At the time, Cincinnati faced increasing traffic congestion and was losing residents to expanding suburbs. City leaders proposed an underground subway loop beneath the city to connect major neighborhoods. Funding was approved by voters, and excavation began along what is now Central Parkway. By the mid-1920s, kilometers of tunnels had been completed along with stations, platforms, and structural supports. The tunnels were fully engineered with concrete linings, drainage systems, and even ventilation. Construction stopped in 1927. Multiple factors contributed to the abandonment. Costs rose beyond initial estimates, and federal funding support was limited. Most critically, though, the rapid rise of automobile ownership reduced the perceived demand for this urban rail, and the onset of the Great Depression soon after eliminated any realistic chance of resuming work. All that infrastructure is still remaining beneath the city today. The tunnels are structurally sound in many areas. They've been periodically inspected, and some sections have been used for utility conduits or fiber optic cables. But the transportation system itself has never operated. Unlike proposals canceled before construction, the Cincinnati subway reached an advanced physical state and then just stopped. Entire underground spaces are hidden beneath everyday city life, invisible to most residents. It is a very clear example of an abandoned infrastructure project that still physically exists at scale. It was engineered, funded, and built to function, yet never served its intended purpose. Its presence beneath the city shows how long-term decisions like this can be rendered obsolete by shifts in economy, technology, and even public behavior. Number 4. Flora Complex. Located along the Baltic Sea in Germany's Rügen Island, Flora was conceived in the late 1930s as part of the Nazi regime's Strength Through Joy program, which aimed to provide leisure facilities for German workers on an unprecedented scale. Construction began in 1936, and the plan was to create a single continuous seaside resort capable of accommodating up to 20,000 people at once. Flora consisted of 8 identical concrete blocks arranged in straight lines stretching about 4.5 kilometers along the coast. Each block was designed to be 6 stories high with thousands of small standardized rooms facing the sea. The rooms were intentionally minimal, which shows the project's mass accommodation philosophy rather than luxury. Shared dining halls, theaters, and recreational facilities were planned to serve this enormous population. By the outbreak of World War II in 1939, the main structural shell of the buildings were largely complete, but the interiors were unfinished. Construction, of course, was halted as resources and labor were redirected toward the war effort. The resort was never used for its intended civilian purpose, and unlike many abandoned projects, Ford was not destroyed. It simply stopped mid-development, leaving behind kilometers of solid concrete structure. After the war, it fell under Soviet control and later became part of East Germany. Large sections remained unused during this period. When East Germany collapsed in 1990, the military use ended, and Ford was largely abandoned again. For decades after reunification, it stood mostly empty. The sheer size of the structures made redevelopment difficult. Weather exposure caused deterioration, though the concrete shells remained structurally sound. There has been little uncertainty over its identity. Is it an abandoned resort or a military relic or a redevelopment site? In recent years, this complex has been converted into museums, apartments, hotels, and youth hostels. However, this redevelopment has been partial and uneven. So it does qualify as an abandoned infrastructure project, not because it vanished, but because it never fulfilled its original function. It goes to show you how infrastructure can survive physically while failing functionally, and it also shows the political ambition and architectural scale. So it does qualify as an abandoned infrastructure project, not because it vanished, but because it never fulfilled its original function. It goes to show you how infrastructure can survive physically while failing functionally. This is for abandoned infrastructure scale.
Howdy people. Active, articles, that's what articles, like, NOS.
Things on Earth. The more than 4,000-year-old bristlecone pines. Arid highland 2 miles in the sky, windswept and tortured by sand, mountain rock gaping and jagged by endless erosion. Now to this land of visitors, by special permission of the United States Forest Service, the incredible Corvair for 1964. The Chevrolet rear engine success steps out with spirited sales flair. It's people's fancy. If there's a skeptic,
Welcome to karaoke with Carl. I reckon I'm gonna sing a song or two, so if you got a request, drop it in the comments. When I was standing at the fried taters at the tavern Friday night, when the fella said, "Hey Tom, you ought to do some singing tonight," I said, right, yeah. And I grabbed that microphone. I started singing a song about a man named H, some feller named David Allen. Oh, if he make us party dance night, every day you do, and you sing the blues, and you get us chicken wings and children tonight. No.
Recent years,
Take the bass line out.
Since I was a young boy, I played the silver ball. So go down the Brighton. Played them all, but I ain't seen nothing like them. And any amusement hall.
Archie, wow, you actually did it. Yeah, I sure did. Invasion of a neighbor on flimsy pretext with unclear strategy. Well, I learned from watching the best as you know. Yeah, you sure did, you sure did. But now shoe is on other foot, huh? What do you mean? Well, now I can be one asking you, like, hey, want to win war in Venezuela? And you can say no. Want to win war in Venezuela? No. Well, that's...
Being in prison for all those years, being forced to be honest. No, you're not. You're honest.
What do you do for a living, Cameron?
I'm a carpenter.
Carpenter, right. So how safe is that for
Depending on where I'm in the building is different. Well,
Already sent me PayPal and Cash App and put Jeff Blades on it. And
when I got out of prison back in 2020. So this ATM that I have at a busy bar decides to have a strange problem just before their big New Year's party. I get a text from the owner saying that people are trying to pull out money, but it doesn't complete the full amount. If someone requests 100, it'll dispense 60 and then refund the rest. Since it was late when he texted me, I told him if he could just reset the machine and see if that fixes it. He texted me back and saying no, it's still having the same problem. For some,
So this car was meant to be sort of the car of the future. And one thing that it had to make it completely unique was a unique engine. It's a 4-cylinder, flat 4, and it's air-cooled, something which was very unusual for the time. It was engineered by 2 engineers from the Franklin Motor Company, the company famous for their air-cooled engines. In this car, the flat...
The camera showed everything, but she insisted she stole nothing.
You want to hire me?
Me. First, we'll test. I decided to take YouTube seriously for 12 months.
The videotape fall down.
What law is that?
So this is a, excuse me, a state facility.
Right, I know.
C'era un'età che ci vede It's another reason of everything. Man, it's not amazing. You're right. You're amazing.
Reach out the way. You have this red. I don't answer questions.
This has to be one of the.
So now I make a burrito.
So, I mean, as you guys can see, I'm being surrounded right now. Let's clean up this mess of wires. I was in 4 different
American Homeland or National Guard.
In a quiet Oxford laboratory sits a device that has been running continuously since 1840. Inside this glass jar, the electric bell has rung over 10 billion times. The secret isn't magic, but a Zamboni pile, seen here in cross-section as thousands of microscopic discs of silver, zinc, and paper stacked tightly together. While the faint wisps of vapor hint at the volatile chemical activity within, these piles don't push current like modern batteries. They generate high voltage, around 2,000 volts, in a tiny trickle. This system works through electrostatic forces, visualized here as high-energy fields guiding a suspended sphere. When the metal strikes the surface, the impact sheds debris and transfers charge, physically repelling the object away. It swings faithfully between the yellow columns to discharge on the other side. This high-voltage pendulum consumes energy so slowly that the chemistry is likely evaporating away as vapor rather than running out of power. It isn't perpetual motion, just the ultimate example of electrochemical efficiency. In a quiet,
To record myself getting a legal complaint. That is a solid question, a yes or no answer is all I need. I don't want it.
The city needed 15 feet of its front yard for a road.
This team chased a man through. If you need a higher, you guys, in all of our years of renovating homes, we have never ran into something so disgusting as we did yesterday. So I'm going to jump into that here in just a second. But before I do, I want to you guys to speak. For those of you who have been following along, this is day number 10 of renovating.
This man-child pickup truck went insane, and it also. How do you make water flow uphill without?
This guy was just filming in public.
The power company remote.
Remember this? Christina Elster is going to be accused by a Denver.
My wife and I own 14 rental properties, and we are able to manage them from anywhere in the country.
Everyone warned up.
He saved his own home from flooding with his.
Just believe that man. If you don't end the war in Ukraine, I'm going to put sanctions on you.
No, you won't.
You're right, I won't. But I will give you tons of money instead. What are you gonna talk now? I don't want tons of money. Well, what do you want? I want Ukraine, but I'll give you money. Does this money come?
Finally.
Get it set up in the car. Get some ladies in the car.
Let me tell you what being a true servant is. And it has nothing to do with anything blue. It has to do with being human. In servanthood, you come before me. Your life matters more than mine. It's a spirit that you carry with you. Watch this. All right. Let me put some money in it real quick for you. Yes. That's it. Maduro had multiple opportunities to avoid this. He was invited multiple very generous offers and chose instead to act like a wild man.
We need to run it essentially until such time as a proper transition can take place.
What's he mean by that? Well, I don't know what he means. And what kind of control will we get? How will we get it? There are people we're going to control now. I think we're all in the same position, waiting to find out what the truth is.
Shock and awe in Venezuela. The United States topples President Nicolas Maduro in an overnight raid. President Trump's plan to stay, plus what's next for the deposed Venezuelan president and the people of Venezuela. Fox 26 News at 10 starts now. Good evening and thank you for being here for Fox 26 News at 10. I'm Linda Neville. We start our newscast with a live look of New York, where captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife Celia Flores landed this afternoon. President Trump announced the United States has carried out large-scale strikes on the ground in Venezuela before capturing Maduro. While the attack itself was not totally surprising, what President Trump says will happen next has stunned people across the globe. As for Steve Frizell, please.
A series of explosions in the middle of the night, followed by the capture of Venezuelan leader.
This operation, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, was destroyed.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to week 3 of Cleaning My Abandoned House. Today I'm tackling the living room, which is one of the rooms that had the most surprises during the tour. We spotted a piano, costume jewelry, and so many interesting items just from a quick glance. So I'm really excited to see what else is hidden in there as I clear it out. As you can see, winter is very much here in North
It's Emma, and this is my abandoned general store that I'm converting into the homestead of my dreams. So this video is going to be in two parts. It's going to be a little bit different. It's going to be something that I haven't done in quite a while, but I did do it last year around this time. I'm not going to spoil it for you. You just have to watch. But in the first half of this video, I decided it was the perfect week to get the old antique safe out of the store so that I could actually finish the flooring in the back half of the building. We started with the safe. My dad helped me. It was a whole ordeal, and I knew that it was going to be. I'll just let you see things turned out. Yeah, pretty crazy the things that you have to do when you're renovating an old general store. So without further ado, let's get into it. But first, cheers to my mom and cheers to all of your loved ones that you're missing as well. Cheers. I spilled about half of this already. Also, part of the reason why I'm kind of switching up the second half of this video, the work that I'm doing today, is because I think I might be coming out with something. I just don't have a lot of energy. But we're still going to make it fun. So enjoy, and let's get into day one. Making wood around the safe is full of wood and it's all rubber. So I grabbed the strongest lumber that I could find, which is lumber that I bought for my joists, and we decided to put it kind of under the safe in the direction that we would be dragging the safe in hopes that we could get the safe up over the joists that we'd already put down here.
And from the back up instead of the top. Right. Here.
Okay. Should have let off the gas.
Go to chain. Just sweet.
Right, letting off the brakes.
Go.
Right, side.
So,
Right, I'm coming.
So the door is, that's the pretty much the plan. The plan, okay, like, all the great. Well, it started to tip, like, go, because, the atmosphere gold, it all this way, and I was afraid we didn't pull it, but that, I can readjust that thing.
This is going to want it. Next.
All right, just tense it up. Tension it up. Just move forward slowly. Good. tension on, okay, so good. All right, now, you got tension on, so just kind of go slow. Go ahead. You can move a little bit, so it's good. Go ahead, it's good. All right, good. Go ahead. All right. And hold your first joist over, lean it over. Yes. Good. Close to the center. Moving go.
If you've been following this channel, you know that I recently had the joist work done. And essentially what we hoped was that we could kind of quickly pull the safe up over on top of the joists, and then it would lay flat on top of the plywood over top of the joists. But what kind of kept happening was that the safe was just barreling through the joists and nothing moving on thumbnails. And I decided that I didn't want to keep doing that. So we recalibrated and we decided that because we had the safe in front of the window, we actually could potentially use Dad's crane truck and pull it out through the window. So we decided to go that route. And here is how that ended up going. Yeah. I'd rather do that.
You want me to go around? Okay.
So you need to move the arm as I back up
That's crazy.
very slowly.
Okay, well, we need to be able to talk to each other.
I'm watching that. So if you yell stop, stop until you get that next spot. Okay?
Okay. Hold on, let me practice.
Leave it right there.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead. Stop. This is definitely going to be the best way. Yeah, he's going to do it.
Back on, close to the wheels, set it down.
And all of the looseness that we need to get that right is just going to be right there.
It's going to be on that back end.
Wait, you're just going to try to flip out the window like that? Dad. Oh my gosh. Okay. It's just adjusting. I'm just going to listen to myself for a minute. If I am rude.
That's hooked. You got the other one hooked? Yeah.
No, I don't, any of that.
Yeah.
Spin.
Yeah, well,
Stay down.
well, that's tracking one. Is that going?
How do we miss that?
Well, it seems fine.
This fall, it seems to be a big fall.
Yeah, perfect. Scared. Somebody's got to tilt it.
She can spin it.
Mm-hmm.
Spin.
Yeah.
You beat it today?
No, I'm just going slow so it doesn't overspin. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Is it even right now? Can hit the window.
We can get it,
We can.
but I had it very soft back in the truck. When I moved it, jacked it, something. I mean, that's.
Oh gosh. So. That's it. I want to take a quick moment to say thank you to InnoCraft for sending over their 140,000 BTU kerosene meter. It is starting to get cold. Winters here, and truly the timing could not have been better. The winters here, I would say, are average, but I am not built for the cold. That is why this InnoCraft kerosene meter has been an absolute lifesaver. It is capable of effectively heating spaces up to 3,125 square feet, which for me would cover an entire floor of my homestead, which means I can be warm and I no longer have to suffer like I did last winter. In fact, my dad does have a similar kerosene heater, and last year I did have to borrow it. The brick, I think, and it's fine. Is that clear? Okay. Oh, it's caught on a cable, but the cable's probably just gonna rip. Yeah, you're actually clear. You're clear. Yeah. We're in sight. Right. Okay, welcome to day 2. Today, we are going to be digging for bottoms.
Here's why. I have been working on getting the septic permit. I had the septic lady come and do the perk test. I have had my surveyor working on the survey of the land so that the septic lady can draw my septic system because it's an alternative septic system and you have to draw a plan for it. And as soon as that's done, I have to get the land clearing guy to come over and clear the entire back of my
Well, there's nothing quite like bringing in the new year surrounded by your family. Lincoln Gonzalez, the family has spent more than 20 years building elaborate structures with moving, functional parts just to burn it all down to the ground. Musician Alexis Merity takes us behind the scenes of this unique New Year's Eve tradition.
Michael, these structures get more and more elaborate every year. In years past, the Leish family has created moving chainsaws and giant dumpsters. This year, you can literally sit inside of the structure, although I would recommend doing that before the fire is lit.
The death gun.
Hey, Retro Tech friends, and welcome to another edition of Dave's Retro Video Lab, the show where we check out old video gear from yesteryear. Today in the lab, we are going to dabble with some old school, over-the-air, analog video transmission, and we're going to do that with the Hey, Retro Tech friends, and welcome to another edition of Dave's Retro Video Lab, the show where we check out old video gear from yesteryear. Today in the lab, we are going to dabble with some old school, over-the-air, analog video transmission, and we're going to do that with the friends, and welcome to my edition of Dave's Retro Video Lab, the show where we check out old video gear from yesteryear. Today in the lab, we are going to dabble with some old school, over-the-air, analog video transmission, and we're going to do that.
Hello, this is Micro everyone, and today we're going to be taking apart our old furnace. This is a pretty neat little furnace, or old furnace. It's a Lennox press furnace. This is about 26 years old, give or take.
But it's interesting. It's not like your normal furnace where it just has some gas jets and venturis and gas burner tubes like this. It's not like that. It's a little different. Instead, it's actually a basically it's got a big combustion chamber there, and it burns the gas in pulses. So that's why it's called a pulse furnace. So it's got a big cast iron chamber there where it mixes some air and natural gas together, and then it ignites it with some spark plugs over there, and it makes a big explosion and travels through the tube here. And then this looks like a big muffler, I think. And then down there, there is a big heat exchanger coil to get all the heat out of it. So it's pretty cool. So you're going to be taking this apart today. It's still good. It's just that we're replacing our air conditioner because it had a leak in it. So with all the refrigerant out, so we're replacing that, and that was on top of it. So we thought, well, while we're replacing it, we might as well replace the whole furnace because it's 26 years old, and I mean that's about the life of most units. So I think this would probably still work for another 30 years. I mean, this pipe is solid. It's not rusted through. I mean, it's a little rusty here and there, but it's not like the thin pipe on these. And this is really thin, flimsy. I mean, that's like thinner than exhaust pipe. I mean, that's basically what is exhaust pipe. I mean, this is heavy duty pipe, but it's gonna withstand some pressure from those explosions in there. So first, let's just take this top off. It's actually really thick steel plate. This houses the fan and check valve assembly for the air intake, and then that's for the air into the combustion chamber. All right, so in here we've got the blower that sucks in the air from the air intake, the plastic pipe that goes outside, and it just
In the early 19th century, scientists like
Since 8 o'clock. Like clockwork every night.
Get you good, man.
Hold on.
You don't have the same expectation of privacy of TSA checkpoint that you do during a normal encounter. And that difference matters more than most people realize. When you go through TSA, you're entering an administrative screening. The rules change because flying is considered a heavily regulated activity. By choosing to fly, you're agreeing to a limited search of your person and your bags for safety purposes. That's why TSA can scan your body, search your luggage, and swab your hands without individualized suspicion. You can refuse a screening, but the consequence is simple. You don't get on the plane. Now compare that to a regular police encounter on the street or during a traffic stop. Police generally need reasonable suspicion of public cause to search your private property. You don't automatically give that up just by existing in public. Here's the key takeaway. TSA searches are limited in scope and purpose. They're about aviation security, not criminal investigation. Police searches are governed by the Fourth Amendment in a very different way.
Before CEO's talking about the backlog, I just snagged this Asus ROG Ally from Temu with a $100 coupon bundle discount, and I was amazed to lay my hands on a genuine product at such a steal. It's 7-inch IPS Full HD 1. Here comes the forest puppy! Excited! Furnace keeps resetting. I say no. Although the Tuesday one I actually found Little Fox, thank you so much for your gifts. Now, it's the ones. Meet the Kingpin's little brother, the Twist Lock. I was over at Mr. Miller's house. What do you know? In the frozen woodlands of the upper. In this video.
One thing I hear a lot from fellows.
Elon, get in here. I heard what you said. Yeah, say it to my face. You know what? This is the problem with you, immigrant. They let you in, you overstay your visa, you have tons of kids, take a lot of jobs away, bring a lot of drugs, Frank.
Hey, we've got a great episode coming up. This.
Some singles too. I'll take a 17, 2 19s, that Beretta, and 3 burners.
Just so you know, once you apply for your permit, there's a 7-day waiting period before you can purchase a firearm. You can buy one for 70 days, but I can hold it for you.
That's a lot of hoops.
Well, more hoops in the NBA.
Rules say you can lend these firearms to a friend, which, as you know, is one of the conditions for legal temporary transfer under New Jersey law.
And you must know that a legal temporary transfer between family and friends can only be used for sporting purposes. So I assume we're going to be target shooting or hunting.
A combination of both.
I'm sure you're aware that transferred firearms can only be used in the presence and supervision of a legal order. And that would be.
How about you be with me in spirit, Frank?
Well, if it's good enough for the audience, good enough for me.
Sing Sing prison in New York State. The chances of you seeing the
Hey, Nick, last case, felony drug driving.
then I became a meme. I accidentally became a meme, and this is the. This is the
As you can see, we've got big bottles here. A lot of people make fun of do small bottles. I like the big ones because it's more than enough for himself, Kelly, and some leftovers. I don't ever have too much of enough. Well, this was a chance for the self-serving days and all of these. It's nice. Nice here. That's fantastic. As we call friends here, we find out what it is, full fat.
Doesn't sound like that.
Right here. It's not soul carbs.
Good one, Pappy. Good one.
All right, there it is. Ball. Let's go organic fresh. Mostly right there was. Wait on that kind of stuff. Which type of coins? Pure nutrition. Oh, that's a bit of work. All we're gonna do is just cut this up into chunks. Take a little bits of What do you call it from there?
Fat?
A fat, like the sinew or the,
Mm.
you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Stuff there, see a little bit of,
Mm.
not a store bought meat. It's got that, real meaty smell to it. It's not nothing. Just pure. I like the big one because it's more than enough for himself, Kelly, and then some leftovers. I don't have too much of it enough. The problem with the salt right involved. Doing like this gives a chance for the salt to soak in every single one of these. Nice. This here, that's the magic sauce. That's what we call scrunches here in Newfoundland, and all it is pork fat. You got enough mixture in it. The onion meat for him as we go. No, definitely didn't take any of those meat. Shoot. Yeah, this.
You know what it is? It is because we're using the big jars. Doesn't seem like a lot.
Yeah, I hear phones on TV now, play should eat small bear and should eat small bear. That's full time tough. I'm gonna throw each one of these in the water right to the bottom of the neck. How could you ever fix it up and?
Look at that thing go.
Well, let's take that one then. Okay, I'm gonna pull, make sure the bubbles down there. Step into wipe the lid clean. Make sure if it's a good seal. not tight. Finger tight.
You see these lights? No copper in there. Once they're fully done, you shouldn't be able to go. It should be sucked down to the head.
You want water to be adjusted each from the top of your ears. That's perfect. And another thing too is that as you boil this down, this could be over 3.5, 4 hours. The water is going to drop. It's going to boil off. So you want to have a kettle of hot water going to keep topping it up. So if you add cold water to the pot, it'll stop boiling and keep it boiled. Both of them really boil. All right, all right. You're up, Buttercup. Okay, you're boiling. Your kettle ready. That's it. Leave it for 3.5, 4 hours.
A very rainy day outside today, and as you can see, I've already taken down all the Christmas stuff, all the Christmas decorations, the tree. It was hard for me when I did it. Now it's time for me to put on the scope full of your guys' efforts. So a thank you to everybody who's made something, sent something. I can't wait for how this turns out. This was very special to me. This is our wedding photo. So maybe I should re-render this. This was taken on a Polaroid camera. Someone re-rendered it and made it nice and crisp. Now, we all know how much we love our puppies. So this one is so special. I think this would look good like right here. You guys make me laugh so hard, and when I opened this, I about died laughing. This is such an awesome one. I'm actually gonna take this because I have these frames and I really want to frame it. I don't want to damage it to put things in it, but it's your practicing. Thank the Lord, the Lord. Now the rest of the oven is not clean yet, but we gotta season the top, which is still a bit warm. Just a few drops of oil in here.
way better.
I did not put this big thing out. I need to take like a razor blade too or something like that. Okay. So, oh well, next time. Yeah, guys, don't mind the mess. It is what it is. She gets clean. It's all good. Now that the dishes are done, we have to empty out the gray water bucket. Now it gets a little too heavy for me and it's dirty and gross, so I'm gonna go on Sunday to help you out with this. So as you see, water goes down the drain, empties right into this bucket here. Can you help me empty the dirty bucket? Knock and boots, hey? Yes.
How long have you been doing the pump job?
Long time.
And headed into Bain Harbor. After today, the kitchen's never gonna be the same. Albert and Chris are on the way out to meet us in Bain Harbor. And they got our kitchen covers and, countertops that were installed today. Big deal. Some guy level.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
That's it, I was about to figure out these countertops. I said this with Penny Prairie today, the day she goes. Something running believe me is gonna be here forever the day she got this stuff.
I never thought it. I almost thought it'd be here forever. We got the moving through on block.
It's not bad. You write down the office.
See, I knew this was not a great idea. What? Look at this flag.
I was like, dang, we should get those or something.
I think I'm gonna become like, and lift the heart and it's over me.
Oh my gosh. Oh, buddy.
I get this like crick in my back every now and again.
Amazing, man. Space. Nothing randomly pieced together here. That is awesome. I have real doors, you guys. Look at this. We are working on some protocols for the suit.
The total no boys.
Mixed opinions here, but if you know, you know.
New suit for soccer, new kitchen. Job well done, boys.
Sleep really good tonight.
So just
Floating Point Systems was founded in 1970 by Norm Rudingstad, which, by the way, is an excellent name. But by as early as 1971, they had several products out on the market that was adding floating point capability to several mini computers from the era. Floating Point Systems was so good at doing this that in 1976 they released the AP1.B, an array processor add-on that added 12 megaplops. What would that stand for? 12 megaflops of supercomputing performance, which is out of this world to think about for 1976. For reference, in 1990, the 8486 could only do 1 megaflop. It was 1/10 of the processing power of the AP120B that preceded it by 15 years. However, that same year that the AP120B came out, the Cray 1 came out, which did 160 megaflops, which is not to throw shade at the AP120B. That thing is incredibly powerful. It's just Seymour Cranes of alien. That's the only thing that makes sense. Either that or he was a time traveler from the future. That dude built an unbelievable amount of performance in the mid-1970s. And actually, Cray's name is important here because that's going to come up a little bit later in our story here. So anyways, the Cray 1 was $7.9 million in 1976, but an AP120B was approximately $38,000. So yeah, you're only getting 10% of the performance of the Cray 1, but you were paying less than 1%. But the important part here is that they're both, the Cray 1 and the AP120B, array processors or vector processors. I think we're running into a little bit of a terminology dispute between computer programmers and mathematicians. Programmers call them arrays and mathematicians call them vectors. But they're doing the same thing in that they're working on a whole bunch of stuff at once. So let's imagine that I have 8 pairs of numbers and I want to add these numbers together. So if I were working on something like a PBC11, I would have to do that one at a time. Add the first number together, store the results in memory, load the second 2 numbers together, and then store the memory. Do it one at a time until I get to it. But when we're array processing, what we do is we load up all 16 of these values at once, and we do the addition all at the same time, completely in parallel. This is so much faster than doing it one at a time. And if that's unfamiliar, that's because the GPU or graphics processing unit in your computer or cell phone and phone you're watching this on is essentially doing the exact same thing. But in 1976, 15 years ago now, oh my gosh, this is the 50th anniversary of the AP120B. That's pretty exciting, actually. So the AP120B was an absolute beast. Fast forward a little bit to about 1980, and they wanted to reduce the size of the AP120B because it filled up about 20 to 25 boards that required a phenomenal amount of power. And so they made use of some TRW multiplier chips and other large-scale integration techniques and got that down to about 10 boards and released that as the FPS 100. But due to the nature of the LSI chips that they were using, they couldn't run it at the same clock speed that they were running the AP120B, which means that speed dropped from 12 megaflops down to 8 megaflops. But architecturally, these two systems were identical. I think you could use the same software suite on both systems completely interchangeably. But both the FPS 100 and the AP120B were pretty popular in the medical imaging field as well as the geologic field. Now, the medical field, I get the FPS 100 and AP120B were both used on the very first CAT scanner from GE. So you're taking several slices of somebody's brain from several different angles. You need a lot of vector math to reconstruct all those disparate images into something that makes sense for the doctor to read. But the geologic field, like, I don't know, like, I don't know anything about that field. So if you work in that field, sound off in the comments below. I'm curious what you guys are doing that required a colossal amount of vector processing power to figure out.
But the FPS and AP 120E, it's important to note, are not standalone systems. They required a based system. They were pretty much just really hardcore math code processors for a host. The CT scanner, for example, was data General Novas or Eclipses. I think in the geologic world, they used a lot of PDP-11s. Essentially, I think if you had a mini computer and you wanted a floating point systems box for it, floating point systems just figured out as they can get that interface to your mini computer. We were a pretty small company and they were looking for people to sell boxes to. But the host system, each host system had their own unique way of representing floating point data. The way DEC did it was different than the way that Data General did it, which was different from the way Prime did it, which was a nightmare if your system was a 38-bit system. So there was a lot of translation that had to go on between the host system and the floating point systems box. And this is going to be a problem for us a little later. But as the 1980s marched on, computing technology was progressing very rapidly. And floating point systems knew that single instruction multiple data was kind of limited in the supercomputing field, and they needed to push into something called MIMD, or multiple instruction multiple data. So if we go back to our example from earlier, we have 8 pairs of values, and we want to do something with these pairs, but we want to do something different for each pair. I want to do an addition on one, subtraction on the other, division on a different one, we want to do and on another. And so what we do is we load all 8 of these pairs up in parallel, set different operators for each one, and then do the math completely in parallel. And you can see that this adds a ton of versatility and speed to the system, which is exactly what FPS wanted. And they developed the XP series of processors. Now, initially, I think they had an XP22, but there's like no information out there on it. So ultimately, in 1985, they underwent a rebranding effort and released the XP32 processor. Now, the XP32 processor is interesting because it gives 18 megaflops of MIMD performance, but it needs the FPS 100 or AP120B to act as a control processor for it. So this is like a code processor for your code processor for your main system. We're getting into exhibit levels of craziness here. The really cool thing is that multiple XP32s could be stacked. So the FPS 5000 series was their rebranded initiative here, and that brought with it an FPS 100 paired with 0, 1, 2, or 3 XP32 processors. Now the FPS 5100 was essentially an FPS 100 with no XP32 processors, but the an FPS 5400 would have been an FPS 100 with 3 XP32s to give you a total of 62 megaflops. Now, FPS did build a bunch of other stuff throughout this time. I've only really talked about the AP120B and the FPS 100, but they were building all sorts of really good stuff. Notably, one of my dream machines is the FPS 164. They released this in 1982. It used a 64-bit word, had 8 independent pipelines, a 24-bit addressing space, and even had a D64 disk subsystem, which had 540 megabytes of storage, and it could support 6 of those for a total of 3 gigabytes of storage in 1982. Now, this, of course, even though it was like massive, still required a host system, and there was a variety of host systems that can be used with it. But my favorite is the VAX 11780. The 780 is a beast of a machine, and the FPS 164 paired with an 11780 would have been one of the most performant machines on the planet, and certainly would have been nipping at the heels of Prey. Now, speaking of Prey, I mentioned that it was important to keep them in mind because they started to come into the picture for FPS here very soon. In 1988, FPS bought out Celerity Computing. Celerity was I think a competitor to FPS and kind of in this super mini field. And I think FPS in 88 was in dire straits, and then really hoping that the buyout of Celerity would really help them get their footing back. But that wasn't the case. And in 1991, Ray Computing bought them out. Now, at the time, FPS was developing something called a matrix code processor. And then when Ray bought them out, it took the FPS team and kept them working on that matrix code processor, but it rechanged the name to the Ray APP. And I kind of consider this to be the swan song of floating point systems, because it was their last proper design where the company had been completely absorbed into the Ford of Cray. Once the Cray APP was released, floating point systems was at that point, well, truly dead. Who knew where their engineering team ended up? They all went their own individual ways. And well, here we are. Floating point systems is a defunct supercomputer company from the 1970s that built some really awesome stuff. Unfortunately, not a lot of that awesome stuff was still remaining. I only have 8 systems that are surviving today. There's an FPS 100 up in the Northeast owned by my buddy Coley. There's an FPS 5100 over in Europe. There are 2 AP 120Bs in China. There's 2 more AP 120Bs up in Pittsburgh at the Large Scale Systems Museum. And if you've never been to the LSSM, go check them out. Dave McGuire is just an absolute riot, and all the volunteers there are doing amazing work. Then there is one AP 120B currently on eBay that the seller is asking $8,000 for, which is ludicrous and ridiculous. It's been for well over a year, and we started with 16,000, and like whatever, that might as well not exist. And then finally, the 8th system that we know about is this FPS 3000 right here. But the FPS 3000 is a very weird machine. For those that when I was talking about the history of FPS, I never once mentioned the 3000 series. This apparently was part of their rebranding effort, and it is an XP32 machine. But if you remember, I was saying that if you have an XP32 processor, you absolutely need an FPS 100 or an AP 120B to be the control processor for that XP32. Well, this can support 2 XP32 processors, but it doesn't need an FPS 100 or an AP 120 processor because it has a control processor built into it. And that is this card right here, which is a VersaBus single board computer. This has a Motorola 68000 on it, taking the rate at 8 megahertz, has 128K of onboard dual port RAM, 64K of onboard ROM, 2 RS-232 serial ports, and that's all just on the local side. What makes this so unique is that it has effectively 2 buses. You have the local bus that touches the CPU, ROM, and RAM, and then you have the Versa bus that touches everything else. And that's what they're using to control the FPS 3000 and XP32 processors here. I think there's 0 documentation out there for the FPS 3000. Like, no, you can't even find a mention of it anywhere on the internet. And we certainly don't have any schematics, not for a single one of the cards. And so really, everything that I'm about to say about the FPS 3000 is just me taking kind of guesses based upon what I'm looking at here. We have what I'm calling XP32 bus, the Versa bus, and the host system bus. The XP32 processor, unit control, and 1 megabyte of RAM share the XP32 bus. Then the Versa bus translator and universal formatter go between the XP32 and Versa bus to provide all of the translation between those 2 different types of buses. And finally, the AP interface goes between the host system and the Versa bus. This is just like a complete guess. I have no idea if this is correct. This is just the only thing that makes sense to me based upon the ribbon cable layout in the front here and what parts are under what. And since we don't have any schematics or documentation or anything really, this is pretty much just a stab in the dark. But what's stopping us from just plugging it in and seeing what happens? Nothing really. Let's do that. Well, not nothing. We didn't have any way to plug the thing into the wall. The original power cord was all rotted, so I cut it out. To make sure I have nice clean access to absolutely everything, let's remove the front grill, then flip the thing up onto its side, and then get to work routing in the cable. I'm going to use a heavy-duty extension cord that I'll sacrifice for this. I need to first remove all the ring-nuts of the old cable, then I need to cut my extension cord to length, strip it back, then crimp on connectors for each of the 3 wires. After that, I'll snake it through the opening on the back, then route the live, neutral, and ground to their respective places, tighten it all down with the screws, and finally put in the strain relief rod. With the cable sorted, I'll lay the machine flat again, then remove the side panel to gain access to all the parts. And for initial testing, we can remove every single card. These are all incredibly rare, and the last thing I want to do is explode them with a faulty power supply. Since we have all the boards out, let's just take a quick look at them one by one. Starting with this one, this is the main data, which I believe is 1 megabyte of system common memory. This is memory that the VersaBus single board computer should be able to put data into, and that the XP32 processor should be able to pull data out of. But otherwise, it looks like a pretty standard DRAM board. This is the VIM CTRL board, or memory control board. My guess is that this contains all the DRAM refresh logic, as well as the CAS and HAS, and all of the selection logic that's required to keep the DRAM alive, as well as dictate where data is coming in from and where data is going out to. Now we're getting into some exciting stuff. The XP32 processor is divided up across 2 boards, an arithmetic unit and an executive unit, and this is the arithmetic unit. Notably, it has 3 WATEC chips on here. These are W2L 1032, 1033, I believe. There's 2 of these WATEC adders and 1 of these WATEC multipliers, because we believe that this thing was optimized to doing fast Fourier transforms. And then the rest of this is just filled with a boatload of really fast static RAM. And these are the primary feeds into the WATEC arithmetic unit over here. And this is the other half of the XP32, the executive units. And it has 2 of these absolutely stunning AN09116s. These are 16-bit bit slice ALUs, so our full 32 bits there. There's a collection of ROMs over here, which are going to store the executive unit microcode. That's your 2K by 80 bits wide. And then there's a collection of other stuff. I don't really know what's going on, but these 29116s, I'm absolutely in love with these. I would love to see these used, hopefully someday. I think they're just absolutely stellar chips. This is the APIF, or arithmetic processor interface. This is the primary interface to the host system. There's a collection of static RAM over here that are all dual port, and all of these together create a 32-bit wide collection of static RAM registers. And essentially, I think what's happening is information is coming in from the host system into that static RAM, and then this is translating it and then shoving it out to the VersaBus. And I think that these dip switches here allow you to select different types of host systems, but unfortunately, you don't have any documentation, so we don't know what host system this one was set up for. This is the universal formatter, and it actually connects up to the VersaBus translator via these 2 little ribbon cables right up here on the top. So it's closely related to the next board as well. My best guess is that this is doing the formatting translation between the XP32 bus, which is 32 bits wide and uses a specific floating point format, and the VersaBus, which is 16 bits wide and uses a completely different format. This is the counterpart to that universal formatter that we were just looking at, the VersaBus translator. Again, there's I don't really know what's going on here. There's 3 chips over here that are massive. These are MC68153s. I don't know what those are offhand. I'll have to look them up. But I don't know. It's cool looking board. Lots of green bond wires going on here. So apparently 4 layers was not enough. And finally, we come full circle to the VersaBus single board computer with its absolutely beautiful 68K up here. The 2 ROMs here that's going to be controlling all of everything. I've actually done both of those, and they're over on the GitHub. I'll put a link in the description below if you're curious. We don't really know a whole lot about this. There's no schematics out there. There's some documentation that explains how the bus layouts work and how it works as a bus master and whatnot, but that's really, I don't think that's going to help us all that much in understanding FPS 3000. All right, let's throw some electrons at this thing and see what happens. Well, the power supply is on a little hinged board here, and with it swung down, we can get a look at this insane 5-volt power supply. It generates 5 volts at 200 amps. That's 1,000 watts of 5 volts only. It's essentially an arc welder. Everything in importance is very new. All that's left is a little bit of power supply logic on the front there, and then obviously, the power supplies. I am expecting this to generate 5 volts plus 12 volts and maybe minus 12 volts. And 5 volts is the big one. This does 5 volts at 200 amps. So I have no idea what that thing is going to do. But what we're hoping to see is there's a little AC on right in the back here that we want to see come on. We want to see that fan on the front come on, and then this fan on the back come on. And if all of that happens without anything catching on fire, we'll go through and check all the voltage rails, and then if that looks good, we'll start putting cards in. So here goes nothing. Man on the front came on. Man on the back did not come on. We do have a little red light over there, and our AC on light is flickering a little bit, but I think we can start checking some stuff. Okay, if we check the 5-volt rail here, nothing. The 12-volt rail, nothing. It's not generating any voltages. Well, the fan on the back isn't spinning, which is a big giveaway, but the biggest giveaway is that there's a on-off switch on the front here. So I don't know why the power supply fan is spinning. Maybe this primary power supply fan spins all the time, and then this one turns on the big one in the back or something. I don't know, but let's flip it and find out. Oh yeah, that's very loud. But we do have a little power LED on here. We got 2 red LEDs on the inside there. I think we're okay to start checking voltages now. Looks like we've got a nice, clean, and stable 5 volts. That's good. But when I check the plus and minus 12 volt lugs, there's nothing on them. And this was confusing to me. I started chasing down the lugs, and there isn't anything in this chassis that can actually generate plus and minus 12 volts. The little power supply part over here doesn't have any regulation stuff on it, and the lugs are not connected to any of the cables coming off the backplane. My theory is they would connect an external supply to these 2 lugs for testing, but since the VersaBus single board computer card is the only thing that uses plus and minus 12 volt, and it's only used for the RS-232 serial ports on the SBC, once they put the production logs in, they don't use the RS-232 ports anymore. So there's no need to have plus and minus 12 volts. That's annoying because it's sitting down this weird rabbit hole, but also it means that our power is completely good because this is a 4-5-volt only machine. So let's get all the cards slotted back in and put some power into everything. Now we're getting exciting. Everything's loaded up. There's a lot of things that could blow up. There's a lot of tail and taps on there. So I have no idea what's going to happen, but let's flip the switch and hopefully go slow. We have a host interrupt enable light on. I don't know if that's good or bad, but I didn't see any fire or brimstone, so I'll count that as a win. Well, it turns on. Nothing will up in smoke. We get a host interrupt enabled light on the front and nothing. It's completely and totally inert. But I don't think it actually will. I think this thing is sitting here at 100% functionality, raring to go, but we have nothing to tell it where to go or what to do. So in that regard, we have a couple of massive problems that I think might actually kill this whole project, unfortunately. The first is that we don't know what the host system originally was. The AP interface card that's in here is completely and totally undocumented. So we have no idea what it's set up for, although my guess is that it's probably a VAX or some other kind of 32-bit system. But it gets even worse, and that is that we don't have any software for this thing. No XP32 software is known to survive. It's all gone. I've scoured the internet for over a year now looking for anything about XP32 systems, FPS 3000, 5000 stuff, and nothing. Without having software, what does that mean? Why are we dead in the water without software? Because we should be able to reverse engineer the instruction set potentially and feed data into this thing. But, well, the problem is with the XP32 itself. The executive unit has microcode stored in very high-speed programmable read-only memory, so prompts. But the arithmetic unit uses a 128-bit micro word that is stored in RAM. So something needs to be loading the microcode into that RAM. So that way the arithmetic unit knows what operations it needs to run using those RAID chips. And there's 2 paths about how that microcode can make it into the RAM. The first is that if we're incredibly lucky, the executive unit can be generating that microcode on the fly. The second is something far more terrifying, and that is that the software generates that microcode and loads it in. That's what the bone-in high-performance vector processor does, and it uses a lot
How you doing? take off.
To a gas station and believing himself to be the owner of the store, grabbed a beer and rope and went outside and began to drink them. The actual store owner called the police seeking help for the man, believing him to be suffering some sort of mental emergency. But when the police arrived, they immediately went hands-on, trying to grab the man's beer, and when just body slammed this elderly diabetic man onto the concrete ground.
Let's go to the ground, man, bud. What's that? What's that, bud? You feel better now?
Taunting him, pulling his arm behind his back, trying to cause him pain, arresting him, and violently throwing him into the back of the police car. And then, realizing the man is diabetic, they called the paramedics and their supervisor. The paramedics said that the man immediately needed to go to the hospital. All right. But the cops said no. So the paramedics thought about the elderly man who was suffering an apparent medical emergency. Then when the supervisor got there, the cops said nothing about the medical emergency and then lied about the man allegedly throwing his beer on him.
So right, he's most clear there, well, get soaked.
Which is easily disproven by the video. So instead of medical help, this man got violence instead, and then a bunch of criminal charges. And now, in just a few days, this man is facing a trial for which he may be looking at years in prison. As we go into this new year, there will be more data breaches than ever. Have you ever used DoorDash? Well, he is definitely a diabetic. I don't believe that's disputed. And just looking at his criminal history, it appears that he has maybe a history of long-term homelessness, which is consistent with what we see in this video. So according to the original video description, the reason that the Ocala police officers arrived at this convenience store was because the owner of the store called them because this guy, Rodney, walked into the store. You can see that he's confused in this video. He claims to be the owner of the convenience store. He grabs some beer, and he grabs some milk, and then he walks outside onto the store's front porch, and he begins to drink those products without ever paying for them. Now, the store owner calls the cops, but doesn't want to press charges. He says that he's worried about the guy's mental health. So 2 officers with the Ocala Police Department arrive. First, the female officer arrives, and she is the one who first approaches Rodney. And as she's approaching, Rodney cracks open his can of beer and begins to drink.
Do you remember Karen Reed trial number 1 from
a 63-year-old diabetic? So the male officer comes in and almost immediately grabs this 60-whatever-year-old man, picks him up in the air from behind, and slams him onto the concrete, just probably barely missing the man's its head from slamming into the ground. And as many of you know, I've done more than one video showing basically this identical scenario where the subject was either killed or very seriously injured. This is a very serious use of force, borderline deadly force, because there's a very real possibility if you strike that person's head into the asphalt, especially where their hands are not available to shield their fall, there's a very real possibility of killing or very seriously injuring somebody doing that. And as this male officer is sort of taunting him on the ground, like celebrating, like he just sacked the quarterback during a football game.
It's gonna be Friday, bud. What's that? What's that, bud? You feel better now?
As he's doing this, what's he telling me about? Well, you were drinking beer and you stole some milk.
You just stole a gallon of milk. You were drinking beer.
And you were being disrespectful. So as of right now, those are the criminal allegations against this man that are being held to him as to why he was just body slammed onto the ground. As I've explained, many of these reports analyze whether or not force used by police officers, whether or not it's excessive by looking at the 3 gram factors. And the very first gram factor is whether or not it's a serious crime that the person is suspected of having committed. So here we have a questionable if crime of drinking a beer like right in front of this place. Now the sign in front of the building he's standing under, ironically, says that it's illegal. Is it legal? I'm not a Florida lawyer. I don't know. It doesn't really matter for my purposes because even if it is illegal, it's undisputed that it would be a very, very minor crime, not deserving of a very severe level of force being used. Being disrespectful to police officer or anyone else is not a crime at all. And not paying for beer, no. Okay, very minor crime. None of that would justify using a very substantial amount of force.
That's really good. Well, you want me to what we hear? There's not sure. And even the whole show. And the next.
Jesus.
The spring, the left, the left, and all the way.
You're gonna pimp this up.
Well, that's enough for me to you. I'm not going to tell you, don't go in. That's not going to do. I can do a program in. You got more.
Well, that's not very nice. That marks off people.
Just because you got on that uniform, you got me more. You can die when you go to a fair. You see that? Yeah.
It just blows my mind that in video after video I've done involving elderly people being arrested or confronted by police officers, they continuously accuse the individual of being on drugs.
No, it's very, very, very different. Can you look up in there for me? What's her name?
It never crosses their mind that the individual could be suffering from dementia or could be suffering from low blood sugar and be a diabetic. It's always either drugs or you're just some criminal disrespecting them. And instead of recognizing the obvious that this man had dementia, that he was confused, they repeatedly accuse him of being intoxicated, and not just physically, but verbally abuse this person.
Hey, how much you had drink today? Get yourself in hurts now. How much have you had to drink today? Come on, this is hurting me again. This thing's just getting me. Please get me now. Sir, how much have you had to drink today? Oh, y'all can do here. I'm not asking about your life. I'm asking about how much you had to drink. It hurts me. Okay. It hurts.
Here, it seems extremely obvious that this guy is confused. Again, he's making these religious connotations about who you are, who you wear uniform, going to hell, and so on.
Well, that's not very nice. That marks off people.
Just because you got on that uniform, you got me wrong. You gonna die, and you're gonna go to bed. You see that? Yeah.
And they're completely oblivious to the fact that this guy is having a mental episode of some sort, and they're taking it as threats still. And with diabetics in particular who are suffering an episode of low blood sugar, it's very common for them to not only be confused, but to also be combative. And this individual continues to be that way as they take him handcuffed back to the police car. Whatever he's suffering in his mind, he's trying to physically resist their efforts at bringing him to the police. But they get him there, and then the male officer, I guess his adrenaline is flowing once more, and basically he's going to engage in yet another football celebration as he shoves this elderly handcuffed diabetic man into the back of his police car, then slamming the door.
They are. No, I see them grab your hand and go all the up.
And then the female officer goes inside the store. She speaks with the store owner, and she's basically almost shocked to hear that the guy doesn't want to press any charges for the milk and beer that the guy didn't pay for. And the store owner further explains that he was just concerned that this guy was having an admitted something crazy, and he was concerned about his well-being.
In the name. Does he already trespass? You can someone steal the beer in the grate. So, can I, please? How much was it? Milk? And beer?
That's not the point, just explain to me.
We don't have cards for the, we can slide him, right? We'll just slide him in the parking lot.
He was saying this was his full,
So then she walks outside and she talks to her colleague, and they're both sort of disappointed that the store owner doesn't want to press any charges because they just had hurt this thing. And now they sort of brainstorm about, well, what are we going to charge him with now?
Okay, same.
That's us.
Yeah, he's still resisting. Yeah, he's active. That's a problem.
Well, I think.
What are you doing? Oh. Okay. Yeah, what you need? It's it. Oh, everybody.
They were in paper, I guess, what they want.
You,
We hope they can clean our uniforms.
Yes, I guess very much to the last month.
Yeah, look, roll down my pants. Small shirt, go to too.
And I'm real different.
This is about who they realize that Rodney is a diabetic, that they just body slammed and arrested this diabetic guy. Oops, that's probably why he's saying all this crazy stuff. So they do call for paramedics at that point, and they also call for a supervisor.
What goes on? Who's okay? I didn't thought I got it.
We need to go. You're the diabetic?
Yes, I don't know if they got that.
2595 pound. Can you run us any economics? Possible subjects to everybody. Three.
Yeah, no, yeah, yeah. That's pretty good.
Is your call started?
I said that, hey, guys.
Okay. 2595, who's the supervisor, please?
And that's when the folks who actually need to be there, the Ocala Fire Rescue, arrived on the scene. The officer who had violently slammed Rodney down to the ground asked the paramedics who arrived to check out Rodney to make sure that he's okay.
Stay tuned. It's under arrest. And just check it, right? He's outside.
They're gonna need to bring guys from the other side.
And then after checking Rodney out, they tell the cops that Rodney needs to go to the hospital immediately.
Let me get this one. Let me get near you. We have any drink over.
It's drink all over me.
Yes, I know. Everybody.
And it's mentioned that Rodney is Sigma 20,
He's also Sigma 20.
which apparently means that he is possibly intoxicated. He had been drinking. So for a diabetic, that means he needs to go to the hospital immediately. Obviously, the officers knew that he was drinking. The paramedics knew that Rodney was drinking, which also, by the way, means that Rodney is not in a condition to decline medical treatment. He has to be taken to the hospital. So what does the same officer who violently slammed Rodney onto the ground say in response to this? He basically says, well, no, we're not going to take him to the hospital. We'll just take him to jail and let the jail be a mess. Deal.
You
can't mess inside
All right.
the hospital.
He's going to be.
That's what they said.
All right. You can stay in bed. How many this house? You got to go. Could you be back in there some smoke?
I'm ready. Finding back in
Ocala Fire Rescue then leaves the scene without the patient due to no fault or choice of their own. And then the Ocala Police Department supervisor for these two officers arrives on the scene. And so the two officers then tell the supervisor everything that happened. Well, almost.
my mouth. I gotta take it. I don't want to take it out that way. Probably should, but I got.
Listen to yourself. I don't hear anywhere where they mention that this guy is having a possible diabetic episode, or that the store owner has reported that he's having a mental emergency. Nor do they apparently mention that Ocala Fire Rescue said that the guy needs to go straight to the hospital. Instead, there's basically a cover our own asses meeting between these three officers where they discuss the fact like, all right, there was a violent use of force. What are we going to charge this guy with? And so the female cop was first, and she doesn't mention anything about Rodney physically assaulting her or battering her in any way. She just has a beef about the fact that he was drinking a beer when she arrived.
So this guy opened the beer in front of me. I was hopefully drinking, taking it from me. And then he's like blowed up, and then he came in, we got some on the ground, and this guy. And basically sold through. They don't want anything about specifically sold. However, he was trespassing here in 2018. So we've got open container. He's got resisting. He's got trespass. That's bad. Right there.
Then perhaps sensing that that explanation wasn't good enough, the male officer then steps in and gives a more descriptive alleged justification for the violence that he used against Rodney.
When I killed off, just approached him and talked to him, and he like, tries to take the beer from him. He takes the thing away. She tries to grab the beer, he grabs her hand like this, he says, if you touch me, I'm gonna bite you.
And Rodney is correct that the video footage does show that Rodney did, after his arm or his beard was grabbed by the female officer, he did grab her wrist.
Why you wanna hurt me?
That is accurate. But then the officer goes on to allege that after that happened, Rodney threw his beard on the two officers.
So I run up and grab it, and he posts the feeling there, and Rod gets soaked.
And we can see on the dash cam footage that that is clearly false. Rodney never intentionally threw his beer on these two police officers. It was because they grabbed his arm in which he was holding the beer and they caused it to spin. Then based on what he was told, the supervisor then says, well, two charges apply. One is resisting violence for Rodney putting his hand on the female officer's wrist, and then for allegedly throwing his beer on the officers. That then qualifies for the more serious felony battery on the officer charge.
You try to grab him, and he grabs you.
Did he grab me?
He's not just he's resisting you. Especially on
He was gripping, he was doing it to my leg, we were trying to walk him and he kept wrapping his leg around mine.
So I already showed you the dash cam view of the alleged beer throwing. So let's look at the female officer's body cam. It provides a closer view of Rodney's hand holding beer.
Why you wanna hurt me? Why? Why?
I mean, I guess there is some argument that Rodney could have sort of flicked his wrist slightly towards the male officer as the beer was spilling. I suppose there's at least something there that a jury can look at and say, well, maybe he sort of intentionally spilled the beer in one direction. I don't know. Let me know what you think watching that footage. I think it's actually pretty absurd to try to get that guy on a felony charge of battery on a police officer for allegedly spilling his beer in the wrong direction, however you see that footage. So then the supervisor basically just directs the female officer to go ahead and take Rodney to jail. And from the records, it appears that Rodney spent quite a bit of time in jail after that event.
Yeah, he's also singing for me.
Even if he's found you, that you.
No, I don't. I don't know anything or anything.
So looking at the publicly accessible court records in Marion County, Florida, it looks like there were 3 criminal charges filed against Rodney. One was the felony battery against the police officer, which I think, according to the supervisor, is for allegedly throwing the beer on the officers. And also the charge for resisting violence, which again, according to the supervisor, was for grabbing the female officer's wrist. And also a charge of open container or something like that. Now, the court records show that the open container charge and the resisting violence charge were dismissed by the prosecutor, leaving only the felony battery against the police officer charge. So if my understanding is correct, the only thing he's facing criminally now is the allegation that he intentionally and feloniously threw beer on his 2 police officers, which, as we've already discussed, is pretty sketchy at best. It seems to me that the strongest charge, what they had come on, was the resisting the violence. If indeed grabbing the police officer's wrist after they try to grab the beer qualifies as resisting violence, I mean, he did that. It's on video. So why did they drop that charge and go after the felony throwing the beer charge? And the point of this is just how ridiculous this is. And things like this happen all the time because nobody's watching. It's undisputed that this guy had issues. He needed medical treatment. He needed medical help, but he got violence used against him and he got thrown in jail for what looks like an extended period of time. And now prosecutors are trying to back up the cops here, it looks like, by getting a felony charge on this guy just to justify the violent use of force that they used on him. Had there been no body slam here, I don't think they'd be trying to give him a felony. But because it was this violent use of force, they're trying to justify that with a felony battery on an officer, which sounds like, oh my God, felony battery on an officer. But then when you, the public, see the allegation, this alleged look at the risk, instilling some fear, oh my God, on these.
Broadcast inside this vehicle.
Oh, absolutely. That's
You know that's still in the vapor, right?
No, it's not, because it's not, there's notification of that service, it's,
Like they changed that law.
no,
They changed it, you know why they did? Because they changed it back to 2017, and by the way, why do, the police officer, they changed it. So we don't either need a report, now they report it, I don't think I can say.
The Supreme Court has ruled that there is no expectation of privacy in the public. As my David Harvey Friedberg says, cops lie, report everything. And find some ways to press defense against these idiots. Nice try, Deputy Gummy. Enjoy now, taking your drunk walk home. Now your buddy has to deal with your dumbass because how dare you be told no by someone who knows the law better than you do.
yeah, you should consent. I put a warning on the door, then this other one.
I did read it. Okay. Thanks for the word. That is. And still you still need, and regardless if you're having that warning, you still need my consent. For the vehicle and the working.
Okay. I was consent.
You know. But, you know what, if you're gonna charge me for this Uber ride. Are you gonna charge me for this Uber ride?
Let's take it. Nope.
You're not gonna charge me for the Uber ride?
He's not gonna be.
And then we cancel the Uber ride?
I will get, I will, I'm not allowed to see it on the front.
Issue me a refund.
Okay, you're not trespassing my vehicle.
Issue me a refund. Issue me a refund.
Please, let my vehicle.
Did you issue me a refund?
I can't issue you a refund.
Maybe they take you home.
I can't do that.
Pay for the ride home?
I can't even check you anything, right? It's contracted by,
Did I pay for a service that was
is that between you and Uber? That I'm an independent contractor and I'm not an employee of Uber. I choose when and where to complete rides. I was not comfortable completing this ride. I'm asking you to leave my vehicle, and that is 100% within my right. You are trespassing in my vehicle.
I'll tell you one thing, this Uber driver that's going to be on my team any day. He's reporting for his safety just in case anything happens to him. Whether you like it or not, Looney, kick rocks and enjoy your unscheduled exercise.
I'm not trusting.
Yes, you are absolutely trying. You are not, this is not, you're not on an active trip. So, this trip is not active, I ended this trip. Okay, see,
Can I get your name and your Uber identification number?
there is no such thing as I'm not an employee of Uber when I try to do the thing. So you didn't laugh. I'm not telling you any more information than that.
That's okay. You know, I'll agree with Uber then.
You are more than welcome to do that to the my vehicle.
That's it.
Long enough, please get out.
Water today. Reason being,
We're doing a little DIY project today. You're going to be showing me what's involved in replacing old fluorescent tube lights with the new LED ones. Now, this is a project I've been wanting to do for a number of years, and these things have come down in cost now, and they're getting good enough that it's making them quite justifiable. These specific ones that I chose, they're made by a company called Paramita. I'll have a link below in the description if you wanted to check these bulbs out yourself. And I'm going to go over in the video here why I chose these ones. These are a ballast bypass. So you actually have to remove the old magnetic ballast, and I can't wait to do that. You know, these things hum, they flicker. Can't wait to get rid of that. But even if you add the newer electronic ballasts, the same process you can use. I'm just going to show you how simple it is. You know, if you've changed a light fixture in your house before, or a light switch, anything to do with electrical line voltage, this is going to be quite a simple project. And in my opinion, it's so well worth the extra 5 minutes it takes per fixture to remove that valve, because you're going to get rid of a failure point, and they're just going to run more efficiently. Also eliminate a lot of compatibility issues. If you read on reviews of these things, a lot of them would pull.
All right, thank you.
Folks, I'd like to sing a song about the American dream. About me, about you, about the way our American hearts beat way down and beyond our chests, about that special feeling we get in the cockles bones, maybe below the cockles, maybe in the subcockle areas, maybe in the liver, maybe in the kidneys, maybe even in the colon. We don't know. I'm just a regular Joe with a regular job. I'm your average white suburbanite slob. I like footballing, pornoing, books about war. I got an average house with a nice hardwood floor. My wife and my job, my kids and my car, my feet on my table, and a Cuban cigar. Sometimes I just can't to keep my mind happy. Oh no, no way. I know I gotta go out and have fun at someone else's expense. Oh yeah, 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 oh, yeah, yeah. I drive really slow in the ultra fast lane while people behind me are going insane. Toilets, and I piss on the seat. I walk around in the summertime saying, how about this heat? I'm on it. Sometimes I prefer in handicapped spaces, while handicapped people make handicapped spaces. I'm on so ranting and raving.
Attempting to decode a body of sources that feel less like research and more like I was manifesto of stock reference was a religious system.
My name is Phil Wildon, and I was wondering if you'd like to browse my selection of dildos, all shapes and sizes to suit your preferences. Any color that you're into, all the shades and thicknesses. Ones that make you feel like you found a man back home, and some that are exotic like through the jungle you did roam. Got all the ladies singing Phil Wildo, door to door dildo, that's Phil Wildo. Better stop on by, gotta get me one of those. Oh yes, ma'am. A worthy donkey rode a stranger into town, tilted in the saddle, one leg dragging on the
ground. All eyes were upon him as he stopped outside the store. Wore a tattered cowboy hat, 20 holes in it or more. There were 2 rusty pistols drooping at his side, and the rope that held his pants up was barely even tied. He slid off his steed and took a big swig from a flask. Then he said out loud, although nobody had asked, just a dumb from nowhere. Don't pay no attention to me. He had crooked eyes, a crooked nose, could look both ways as he crossed the road. He stumbled into the store and fell to his knees. Said, I'll trade you my guns for a can of beans. To the shelf, said, take this one today, and next time you're in town, toss a dime my way. The stranger took the can and tipped his hat. He said, that's mighty kind, sir, you can count on me for that. So he got back on the donkey and rode back to who knows where. He was the dumb fuck from nowhere. A month later, 10 black horses carried bandits into town. Red bandanas on their faces set their leader Foster Brown. First they held the bank up and outside the sheriff fell. And with their repeating rifles they got the deputy as well. They rounded up the women as all the children cried. And any man who took a stand was sentenced then to die. Then through all the chaos we started hearing plots. And in rode a donkey with the lanky man on top. He was a dumb fuck from fucking nowhere. Said don't pay no attention to me. He had bloodshot eyes, a dripping nose. Said excuse me boys, you're blocking the road. Foster took a rifle and aimed it at his head. Said take one more step and boy you will be dead. The stranger looked up and gave a shrug, and he tried to go around, but the bandits didn't budge. More guns came out, pointed his way. We thought this would be his end, but today was not the day. Look, my friends, are you sure you want to go there? Said the dumb fuck from nowhere. Foster and the boys laughed in unison as the stranger on the donkey fumbled for his guns. But while they were distracted, oh, to my surprise, I saw a glint of fire. No fucking looking eyes, he was the dumb fuck from fucking nowhere. And it sure was a sight to see. They set 10 men up, he knocked 10 men down, and his last 3 bullets put Foster in the ground. Then he rode my way and flicked me a dime, but I flicked the thing right back, said these are on and he tipped his hat and rode up to who knows where. I never saw him again, but I got a friend out there. He was the dumb fuck from nowhere. Oh, the dumb fuck from fucking stairs.
Texas, that dirty as November. is self-restraint.
I'm single now. Got no ring on this finger now. I never let another chick bring me down. No relationship, save it, bitch. Baby sis, you make me sick. Superman ain't saying shit. Girl, you can jump on Shady's dick straight from the hip. I took chase. I tell them all, fucking slut to her face. Play no games, say no names. Ever since I broke up with what's her face. I'm a different man. Kiss my ass, kiss my lips, bitch my ass. Kiss my dick, give my cash. I'd rather have you with my ass. Don't put out, I'll put you out. Won't get out, I'll push you out. What's blue out? Poppin' shit. Wouldn't fix so fire to put you out. And too nice, why you wax, bitch, if you. What do you think of
It's an age of great temptation, but it's a lonely, lonely world. So what is a young man to do if he cannot find a girl? Oh, I know what you are thinking, but let me help you out. Cause you really, really, really only got one willy, so listen to me now. Don't put your dick in that. Don't put your dick in that. Strange hole in the wall of that gas station stall. Could be a guy, could be a gal, could be a trap. Don't risk it all. It could get bit or snapped, and some things can't grow back. So do yourself a favor or you'll be crying later. Don't put your dick in that. It's an age of great advancement. There are so many, many toys. And it's a misconception that they aren't meant for boys. Oh, do not let your ego get in your way. Start running, 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 searching around for something that ain't made to play. Don't put your dick in that. Don't put your dick in that. Don't get caught in the throes of a vacuum cleaner hose. You're thinking about suction, but we know how the story goes. It could pull right off your seat, and it'll void your warranty. So do yourself a favor, or you'll be crying later. Don't put your dick in that. Conch shells on the beach, don't do it. Stumble juicy peach, don't do it. Space between bus seats, hollow trunks of nearby trees will carve you up with splinters. Have you fallen to your knees? Don't put your dick in that. Put your dick in that. Try to be a normal guy. Avoid the shameful time when your family figures out what's wrong with grandma's apple pie. She may then collapse and be gone just like that. So do yourself a favor, or you'll be crying later. Put your dick in that. And there's so much I didn't mention, like high chances of infection. So don't put your dick in there.
Uninvited to your paparazzi scene. I'm coming to you, but I ain't sorry. You'll never find me on my knees. Are you in? Are you out? I can't stand all this bullshit that you're talking about. Does it make you happy? Does it make you free? Wanna tell you something? I can't get with the way you've been hanging out. Don't make no sense to me. Woke up this morning, ate a Snickers, my Sunday morning tea. If I was younger, if I was beautiful, you probably think that's interesting. Everybody prays for what they're missing. Sounds different when there's folks around. Everybody hears, but no one's listening. I'm so scared to make a sound. Feel so scared to make a black book, poison.
Drivers on the phone. Drivers on the phone. I'd like to pick up home. The driver's on the phone. If you just hang up and drive, we might get home alive. Menace on the road. There's a loser on the phone. His mouth is running like a drone. Picked up on the way. Get Jimmy to his play. My duty could depend on gathering with your friends, driving on the phone. Yeah. This girl is talking to her man. They're making dinner plans. She ran into a van and hit a homeless man. If you just hang up and drive, we might get home alive. Morons on the road. Yeah. It's on the phone.
side of the ticket. He's leaving the day in the hands of the earthquake, far and dark away. Cause the sky is all you can do, ain't a man alive who can fill their shoes. So you're coming through, say I'm leaving you, and I'm going to the far side of your room. Shot down and he was barely 31.